like, it's called the optic nomographon, a way of photographing things with your mind. So this is another exercise in mind physics, and it's my explanation of how the Shroud of Turin got into existence. Because when you examine what that artifact is, it is not an albedo image. Albedo means like when you take a snapshot of something, you see the chiaroscuro of the image, as opposed to where everything is completely flat and it is in real size. You know, if you measure a man, you know that you're getting all of the parts at the real size, and so in this case, it's believed that it's Jesus being put with a shroud over him, and so he lit up, and so sent light energy at right angles to the body. And then burned an image in there, because it actually is a burn. It's not a painting, because you only see it when you're 3 feet away from it. So I defy any artist with a 3-foot brush to do the delicacy of this. I actually painted that image, not with a 3-foot brush, but I got real close and following the photograph. And so that it has all the parts, the blood, all that whole business, and it depends upon things like one of them is an optithermal imager. Now that's a device that was invented by George Ploutz at the Bedford Airport in Massachusetts. And what it is, it's two parabolic mirrors placed face to face within the focal length of one of the parabolas, so that as you pass through, say like there it is on a track right there, so that if you pass a light ray through the thing, it'll go across and then come out, so you have no diminution of the image. It's like the opposite to a Renaissance mirror, where you have a 70% light loss every time there's a reflection. There's no light loss, and so you can actually do things like light cigarettes through space, where supposedly there's no heat source, but it's actually there. And so he wanted to do it because he was trying to get a welding torch to go above 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Even if you take two of them together and put them in the spot, it still stays at 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. But if you run it through two of these things, it comes out to 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And so that when I heard about that and went out and interviewed him, he said he doesn't know why it does this. But I think this again has got something to do with how we can manipulate light and how you can get a non-albedo image. As an example of that would be like if you went into a room that was all flat black, floor, ceilings, and walls, and you were told that somewhere in that room is a sphere of light, and you could only see it when the extinction of that sphere of light touched your retina, and then you would know it, and then you would go into something that was homogeneous and isotropically presented as light, and then you would come out, and so you have no shading of one thing over another. So that it's I think that actually is a classical tantric exercise in overcoming the effect of light on your mind. Okay, next slide, please. This is again. Can we get the microphone off of there? There we go. Yeah. Okay. All right. This is something about Wilhelm Reich. When I got involved with him, I discovered in reading about him that he wanted to do an orgone motor, but he never achieved it because he was going to do it using Geiger counters as the motive power. I said, come on, that's not going to work. what an orgone motor is, because like orgone energy, you know, is like what I would call meta energy. It's sexual energy. You know, I mean, it's energy coming from the fifth dimension that's being transduced into the fourth dimension. So here is an energy that has that actually has none of the characteristics of the way we define energy, and it helps to start to build up a good definition of what energy actually is. And so I said the motor has got to be an analog to people who have a capacity for psychokinesis. You know, like you can just go with your hand and have something move or lift things up. You know, so you get the classical image of magic doing things like that. So I said, how to do that? Okay, so I took most of the technology that Reich had developed. You know, like he's got oracle boxes, he has wands and all this kind of stuff. And I said, I think I can put this together to make a simple motor. So what it is, what you're seeing is like, here's a cross section, a simple reciprocating motor going back and forth. This is filled with like heavy water. These are outfolded tesseracts which contain this thing in here. Now that it looks like a wand, but actually it's a way to receive energy at this end and expel it in one direction. Because if you propose that the universe is filled with orgone energy, and so like and all orgone boxes collected at the same time, why would anything move? Because you have to have an entry point and a discharge point that's different in time, even by a couple of seconds or a millionth of a second for something to operate. And so I figured out how to do that. Okay, first the motive power is the collection in the oracle box. You know, you've got your layers of organic and inorganic material, and then you have an egg. See, this is a turtle's egg. Now, normally an egg that's fertilized, that has an electromagnetic wavefront that's vertical to the small and the large end, when the blaster disc descends, it rotates 90 degrees. So then it's like what it's doing is just charging energy into itself to create new cells, because an egg is a single cell. And so that sends it down there. Now, what the part in there, see, it looks like a big crystal. That thing is a, let's see, it's a tetrahedron. What the hell is that? I have to. I mean, it's like it's a seven-sided convex solid with some other parts of a crystal around it. So if you send energy into it, it's like sending energy into a Mobius strip, where it will delay the expulsion of that energy. In other words, it collects it, but it doesn't expel it immediately. And so then there are baffles once it's been expelled, so it doesn't come back. And so that means that four of these boxes on one side can discharge and make motion in one direction before the other one does. So the thing is, again, it's like the Wright brothers. It's a simple reciprocating engine. And then I get into my dimensional system in here. Okay, next one, please. Okay, this one, I call this the monadic clairvoyance of quantum cosmology. It's basically in homage to Stephen Hawking, who has agreed to be in a movie being made of me. And since he doesn't travel around much, they said the best thing to do is that he would email the director what he wanted said, and then they would use one of those devices where he talks, And so it would sound exactly like him, because most people associate that sound with him. And it's like, so that it's, the whole idea is that he's saying the entire universe is a single quantum particle, so that it has internal complexities that are again, and I completely believe it, because it's a way, because I've done that form before, and it's topological, it does all this stuff, and it aids in pattern recognition. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, this one is called the Solitron. Now, this is really, it's a perpetual motion machine, the thing you're not supposed to be able to do, or the United States Patent Office will not allow you in the door unless you bring a device that they can hit with a hammer when you cross the threshold. And what it is, it's like two Mobius strips into exchange, so that if people recognize this as the Star of David, it's not like lines that just cross, like in the flag of Israel, there's no overlap in the lines. These things overlap, and they also have the type of space making that the Mobius strip actually produces. So whatever the matrix is, one half of that is on this side, another half is on the other side. So that if this is one, each one of those things, it'll come out as 1/4 and 1/4 and make a thickness. Then if you then make this with glass, you can then put in mercury. Now, mercury is a traditional idea for perpetual motion, because Thomas Cox in like 1790 produced the world's first perpetual motion machine in London. It's a clock that works by barometric variation. And as the years have gone by, they've had to make new wooden parts, but the thing keeps working. In other words, the barometric pressure makes a swing in the pendulum, so the thing keeps ticking. But once in a while, let's say, well, I'm going to take that out and stick it in, so that it's actually almost like the way a human body changes its cells, so that after 7 years, you got all new cells, but it's done in such small increments that you're able to keep the system operating. So in this one, I use lucid dreaming as part of the motive power. And so what you're doing in one is you're dreaming of the soliton wave. Now the soliton wave is important, because the soliton wave is a wave that will go through any other kind of wave and not change its shape. In the 19th century, 1834, a physicist from Edinburgh, wait a minute, just let me take another drink here. How it's going. How are we doing on time? Yeah, plenty of time. Okay.
It's 20 to 10, just so you know where we're at.
Right. So we'll have plenty of time for questions and essays, right? Okay. So then, this thing went. He was down at the docks in Edinburgh, and at that time in the early 19th century, they still had barges that were moved around by horses. And so he was on horseback, so he was looking at this whole thing, and suddenly somebody frightened one of the horses, and the barges, which are flat front, were pulled. The horse pulled the thing, and the horse went into the water out at the end of the dock, but this wave started, and it kept going through other waves. So he followed it for 5 miles along the shore and started to investigate its properties. So, like, if Kevin Costner's Waterworld were true, and there was nothing on the surface but water, and they started a soliton wave, it would keep going, because it operates as long as the environment is homogeneous. So that as soon as it hits land, then it stops, or it hits a gravity sink, it'll stop because it's no longer homogeneous. But you can create a nearly perfect homogeneous environment inside of Mobius strip bottles that are arranged in this form, where you can see the whole thing simultaneously. So in the horizontal one this way, you lucid dream the mercury to become boiling. In the other one, the other strip, you lucid dream it into be totally frozen solid. So as it goes along, here what is at one point is like a freezing. In other words, it gains, it opens up because it becomes flexible through melting, and then in the other way, it goes along. It becomes this frozen form in this melted thing. So it keeps the thing keeps going. Because the environment is homogeneous. And then another thing that it does, it disconnects electricity from magnetism. When Michael Faraday put them together, people thought that was really good to do that, because then you get the electromagnetic wavefront. Well, a fluxon, I think, is when you can turn, like you can have something that's entirely electricity, and when it's polaron, it's entirely, oh no, the other way around, you see that. Okay, the polaron, it's entirely electricity, and with the fluxon, it's entirely magnetism. And so, as a result of taking something in nature, which is often a compromise, I mean, I think all the things that we experience in nature by themselves are compromises between forces. And so if you can separate those out, you can make a gain of energy that's more than was sent in. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, well, again, you can't see all of the slide, but it was like my mother died on Christmas Eve of 1984, and so I did a memory box, like Joseph Cornell about it. It took me a year to get over it, and so so I worked on all these parts, and at the end, I did the I Ching. To see, and I had a question I asked. When I want to, can I communicate to my mother? And I got 6 changing lines. That's the only time that's ever happened. And so it went for the first 2, for the creative ones. So I knew I had the answer. Okay, next slide, please. All right, this is again one of the ways in which you can describe a 4th dimensional cube. It's more elaborate than the way people normally do with just simple lines. But I was trying to show like the kinds of forces that it produces throughout the situation. I mean, people would say that's a Necker cube variation of it. Okay, next slide, please. Oh, well, we can't see the bottom there anyway. But this is my so far complete dimensional system, an octave of spatiality and an octave of temporality. And so that where people are is like here, time solvoid. That below, I call these things realms, in the political sense, because it gets away from the nomenclature that would cause you to think of some particular form of physics when you did that. So here you've got the dimensional realms below time. I'll just run them through. Here you've got an instant, an interval, a succession, durance, that's the French word for duration, time, eternity, hypraxis, Zeit, the German word, and metatime. And then for spatiality, you've got point, line, plane, solid, solid void, void solid, void, realm, and meta space. Now, here, I'm just word building off of the difference between solid and void, but I think it works. And so what I'm doing now is trying is to fill in the blanks of like how you actually go from one dimension to another. What are its natural inhabitants? Like, say, for a plane, the ones that we know are like shadows. You know, say, in other words, the thing is that you can't see the other side of a shadow except when you run it over a Mobius strip. So if you take an asymmetric shadow like a hand and you go over the whole Mobius strip, you will see it come out the other way. So that means you literally are observing the other side of a shadow, which again, Fuller and I had a big argument to say, well, it says shadow, just a lack of light in an area. I said, no, it has a power of its own. And so that therefore, if you build a real Klein bottle and then take light and color and run it through, you'll get new imagery. And these things represent ways in which you can define energy as operating in a different sense. So, like, if we say we've always prejudiced time with the being housing energy. So if you do that with eternity, you get a different thing. Like time, you get causality, and so you get something that's efficacious in time. With eternity, you get something that's efficacious without motion. If it's in hypoxis, it has even less motion. Now, an example of that is like if you've ever read any of Gurdjieff, that here, if you have a causal relationship and something happens, then that particular event can go on and be, it can be operated on like indefinitely. But if logically you're in a logical relationship with somebody else, and they come into the room and they say, okay, I can anticipate some of the things that you logically could have done, and the same with me, that you will then start hypraxian connection, where you are filling out, because it's a French word meaning the fullness of being. And so that you can anticipate the anticipation of the anticipation going on like that, and so that all of the possibilities that could have occurred in a particular moment will eventually, by social interaction, be completely manifested. The thing with spatiality is that you've got something that the business of saying something solid, something you can react to, very quickly loses its sense of solidity. And so I use, instead of the chakras here, this part, I use like spherical wave fronts, where these form octaves too. And so as you approach them, they become, like easier and easier to deal with. Oh, the machine. Okay, well, I want to get on to that. Okay, next slide, please. All right, oh, Jesus. Okay, this one, I try to humanize the dimensional scale a little bit by saying that what we generally call the dimension of choice, I would call time solvoid. and that, you know, you got the abyss of transition between the cause and the effect. X causes Y instead of circumstances C, and you have the atom of consciousness in here. Now, what I'm using for that is the navel end of the navel orange. You know, see that shape? Because I think that the navel orange is what humans did to an orange. That they forced all the seeds to go down one end of an orange, and then made a little tiny ball with the seeds in it, and the rest of them still had space for those nice tasty slices that just fit in your mouth. You know? And so this is like another way in which we can affect the relationship between mass and consciousness. And so then the various speeds of light can be fitted into this. Like you can have C and then C2 and C3 and 4. So that those are octave series. And then there's one with -2, -3, -4. So it's going down to 0 and to infinity. And so that you get other kinds of relationships going. And you can start to fit in a lot of things that people would call religions. You know, like intuition and matter, spirit and analysis, the logos and the will, the elan vital, the ennui mortal, stuff that seems to be scattered through our cultures. But I'm trying to stick them all together and have a place for it to go, which doesn't cut them off like. There was some guy in classical mythology that had a bed that was a certain size. So if somebody wanted to go to sleep, he was too tall, he cut his legs off. You know, and if he was too small, stretch him out. You know, so that I was trying to have, I was trying to use normal chop logic, but not chop anything up. You know, find the right place that it went. Okay, next one, please. Okay. This is called the Atheanopolis. For a long time, I was interested in the form of utopia, and also trying to figure out how to get to it. And so I figured the best way to do that is to take a hydromedusa, which is a jellyfish, and genetically program it so that it would fit into a 1,000-foot diameter pool. And it would be really big, and it would have 32 tentacles. At the ends of the tentacles, you could put sensory deprivation chambers, and then in the middle of the legs that come out, you would put some time machines in there for every one of this. So then since 64 is the limit between you know, of something that's individual and societal. When you get to the 65th element, you've then changed it all to society. If you go below the 64, then the thing tends to break up into separate individuals. Because part of the notion of eternity is a resolution between the individual and the collective. And so in this case, you would then divide the legs up, and you'd have half of them be monitoring the future with the time machine, and half of them monitoring the past with the time machine, and then the 32 people that were in there would be dealing with the present. So you'd have 64 elements. And then you go through in the central part. Again, I'm using a heptahedron inside a tetrahedron, and you'd be sending that information out, and you'd be examining it. And I have something to do with the symbol of utopia, which I'll get to later. But then, in terms of wanting to do this, you want to make sure that people don't lose the sense of what utopia means. embedded in time. Because if you have something that is parasitic to the past, you're actually destroying the idea. You know, like a lot of the intentional communities in the 19th century worked off their past and, you know, like sold things to other people, made fun of the past and that way. As opposed to, like, when you're looking at the future, if you create an intentional community and then suddenly it imposes and screws up the future, that's not good either. So you have to have this blending of that. That right there is something that was invented by Thomas Alva Edison. It's a way to hear ghosts. And within a short range, you know, a radius of 3 miles. And that plan showed up in the October 20th, 1920 edition of Scientific American. And they put it in there just because, you know, it was Thomas Alva Edison. But my grandfather and my father built it, and my father demonstrated that the damn thing worked. And right in our neighborhood. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, this is like an elaborated form of the symbol of utopia. It's a tension in the logarithmic spiral between a circle, a line going in, and a line coming out, so that it has 3 vectors in it. And so that means if this thing goes around and suddenly turns into not utopia, spelled with U, but kinetopia, which is the kitsch place, you know, grotesque survival, it just stays the same. Or it turns, or starts to go the opposite way, like to cacotopia. Goes away from it, because this is this form is the second part of the expansion of the source of everything. In other words, when you go out, you're going to the cosmic periphery, and that's birth and living. Whereas if you flip it over and come in with the logarithmic spiral, that's going to death. So that the force of utopia keeps the thing alive by recognizing when the 3 different parts of that start to move away from the path. Okay, the next one, please. Okay, this actually was my first Atlantis painting that I did after reading Edgar Casey's notion about it. You know, like that, why it sank, because the moon came down and hit it, and there was a black rainbow, and it had a big crystal, and it shot waves from hitting it, and all this kind of stuff. And the damn thing sunk. Okay, next one, please. Okay. This is called the Kyklaus of Hermocrates. If any of you are Plato fans, you know that the last 3 things that he wanted to do, his magnum opus, was the Timaeus, the Critias, and the unwritten Hermocrates, which some scholars claim the laws actually was a substitute. I don't believe that. I think that he didn't do it because he had real problems with it. And so you find out about Atlantis in the Timaeus and the Critias. That's the first place in known literature where it appears. If somebody writes a book and says that they found out from another source, they're liars. Guys should be shot for doing that. And so that I took it upon myself to finish the Hermocrates, and which it was the part of his worldview of history, which is like, you know, in all dialogues, he needs clues as to the next one or someone down the line of where he's going to do things that were unfinished. So one of them is the part of the cycles where you have the golden age, everything's happening properly, and then suddenly the gods say, what the hell? We don't have to do anything anymore. So then suddenly the universe runs backwards. You know, like the movie. The chicken comes out of your mouth and turns into a live chicken, runs off. You know, and then so they said, wait a minute, and that's the singing of Atlantis at that point. We made a mistake. We have to learn from those two prior things to describe what's going to happen. So you have, that's where you get all the things by aristocracy, democracy, oligarchy, and tyranny. You know, and the cycles of going forward and then back, and then finally with tyranny, you lose it. So you have to go into another cycle. And of course then, at the end of the Republic, you get a very interesting story, which is the myth of Ur, which is the world's first description of a near-death experience. You know, Ur, the son of Aramaeus, was a soldier, you know, and so he's killed in battle, and for some reason he's preserved. And so he's allowed to go see the afterlife and then go back and report it. So he was out for like 12 days or something like that, and he didn't rot. And so they were putting him on the funeral pyre, and he gets up and says, what the hell are you doing? You're burying me, I'm alive. You know, and he starts walking around. And then so he describes all the things that went on in the afterlife. And that's where he saw the three faiths, you know, Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos, you know, assigning lots, meaning that life is really a gamble, you know. So that he noticed people like famous guys like Odysseus hunting around for an obscure life. He actually wanted to be a farmer. He was sick and tired of running around and having all kinds of adventures. And he just wanted to sit back and watch TV. And so that made it so that Ur understands that the loss in life are actually even out all the situations. Okay, next slide, please. All right, now here's another one of my Plato paintings. This is the allegory of the cave, the lion, and the sun. And so you get illusion, belief, reasoning, and knowledge. Now the interesting thing is that this fits four of Passamite dimensional system. There's a perfect cognate. And so it also is related to the divine proportion. 0.382, 0.618, 0.382, 0.618, 0.382, 0.618. And so again, it's written there like that. But it's a perfect way to describe the idea of when he starts in the cave, you know, and all the guys are lined up and they've got a chokehold around them, and they're looking at shadows on the wall, and not realizing that some demigods are walking along with jugs on their heads. And then when one gets free, he walks up there, sees fire. That's where it's coming from. So he says, wow, I'm seeing a lot of stuff. So he goes up and then goes across this bridge. And suddenly, it's like in a lucid dream, he sees mathematical properties. And then finally he goes up and observes the sun or the one that Plotinus would eventually talk about. And then comes back down, and then they think he's nuts. And but along the way, he goes into pattern recognition, which is an interesting thing. It's like the tetrahedron that contains a spiral form in it. So that in Hebrew, like you should read stuff by Stan Tenen if you have it, of where you can shine a light on that form in 22 different directions, and get the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. So it's like a self-teaching language that doesn't require Noam Chomsky. Okay, so next slide, please. Okay. This is, let's see. Again, this is like something to do with history, which I haven't seen because I went into a museum a long time ago. And I have to refresh myself a little bit. Oh, yeah, here we go. That the ages, the moon, Saturn, Neptune, Uranus, Pluto, Jupiter, and the Sun were ages of Pangaea. You know, say like when Pangaea was a single island on the Earth, and then it started to break up, and it goes through cycles of where the ley lines, the grid around the Earth gets more complicated. We're up from let's see, from an icosahedral pentagonal dodecahedron system with the Great Pyramid as point 1, where we're moving to something where the divisions are 5-pointed stars and hexagrams. So it keeps getting more complex as we're getting to the point where the Earth will blow up. Right? Okay, next one, please. Okay, this is something I've always been fascinated with. As a kid, I listened to a lot of radio programs. You know, because I would pretend to be sick so I could stay home to listen to radio. This is before television. You probably don't even remember what I'm talking about. But they had great programs. And one of them was a program called Inner Sanctum. You know, one of them, they had a story about a guy who turned inside out. I'm saying to myself, this is the coolest thing I've ever heard. Because there was a lot of people I'd like to turn inside out that I knew. And so I started to think about that, and then years later, I came up with the idea of doing it like this. In other words, normally, if you turn somebody inside out, he'd be relatively the same size and a pool of blood with guts strewn all over the place. But if you inversed in relation to the universe at the same time, you would then get a real monster. So if this was around the Earth, you know, see, the guy was out walking his dog Pablo, you know, and the dog doesn't get inversed, so he's looking at the moon going around and standing on a very small Earth at this point. But the guy now has all of his guts going to infinity. You know, in that way, and it's literally seeing the back of the head, you know, and all the stuff you're not supposed to be able to do. I just like it as an image. You know. Okay, I call it the ecstasy of revulsion, because like when something you know is revolting to you, you tend to want to go away from it. But it's really interesting not to go away, to keep facing it. Okay, so next slide, please. All right, this is about Claude Fayette Bragdon, the first person that I know of who actually made himself into a shadow. You know, this is another radio program. It was a shadow. The shadow was Lamont Cranston and Margot Lane, and the thing would open the shadow went to the east to learn to cloud men's minds so they could not see him. Well, if I'm listening to this, I'm 10 years old, and I'm saying, well, this is bullshit. Because what this guy was talking about was a visible man, not a real shadow. And so for years, that was gnawing on my head. I said, who actually tried to become a real shadow? And it turned out that Claude Fayette Bragdon, an architect from Rochester, New York, who has a lot of work there, in New York City, actually started to become a shadow. He had a wife, Eugenia, who told him, because he started talking about higher dimension, I said, you've been talking about this stuff for a long time. And it's easy to say you can go to a higher dimension, because who can prove you're wrong? To be real about this, to be scientific, you've got to be able to go to a lower dimension so that people can observe this. And he said, what? What are you talking about? You know, I've written all these books. I know what I'm talking about. He says, no, you don't. I said, I am a medium. I am in contact with Imhotep, the first Egyptian architect of any note who worked with King Zozar. The Egyptian culture was based on the idea that the shadow was a part of the human personality. They had 9 parts to it. And so he can help us out. And so on let's see, I think it was in May of 1923, they went to live in the Shelton Hotel, which was located behind where the Waldorf Astoria is now. It wasn't there. No, it was the Waldorf Astoria used to be at the place where the Empire State Building is. And that was when it was in its heyday. But it was moved up to like 48th and 50th Street. But across the street on Lexington Avenue, there was this new hotel. So they went to live there, and they met Alfred Stradlitz and George O'Keeffe who were shacking up. And so they got to know them. And so Eugenia said, can I borrow your folks' wet plate camera? And he had ancient or 19th century cameras. These things are really good because it's not like, it's the opposite of a digital camera. You know, it has all these little pixels. This thing had perfect continuity, and they used to make them big. That's how they photographed the Civil War. You know, they had monstrous things that were 7 and 8 foot cubes. You know, sitting on flatbed trains. You know, going along, and so a guy could start the camera and then stand at one end, and then 10 miles later, it could be seen at the other end of the thing, because it took. They made it so that the shutter would take that long to close. Okay, but so Eugenia says what we're going to do is we're going to rent a space in the basement of the Shelton Hotel. There's actually today. There's the restaurant from that hotel. If you ever want to go to New York to find that, there's a lot of really interesting artifacts. Like there's a Jewish deli on Bleecker Street, where the Theosophical Society was started by Madame Blavatsky and Colonel Henry Alcott, and they have the carved initials there. It's the same place that the Bolsheviks' Red October Revolution was first worked out. It's a very popular place. And then, so anyway, so they go in and take what was essentially a 20-foot cube in the basement, and they paint the walls flat black, you know, floor, ceilings, and walls. And then they paint a white square at the end, sort of about this side. And then she took like 2 lights down the floor, and then had this folks' wet plate camera ready for action. And so then they know that Howard Carter and Lord Carnarvon are digging up King Tut. You know, not digging them up, but opening up the sarcophagus. And so it was coming at a specific time. They asked somebody from the newspapers, I think it was Don Markey, the one who did the poems about Archie and the Hannibal. You know, Archie the cockroach and the Hannibal the cat, who wrote about the New York from the other side. So that he was in telegraphic communication with the excavation in Egypt. But anyway, so they put she puts Claude in a seat, heavy chair, and then has gynecological stirrups attached to the back of it, so she can put his hands in there and ties them with red satin connectors, and then like gets some sticks on the backs of the fingers so that they won't fall forward. So they have a good image of a hand. You know, sort of like, you know, you see the way my hands like that, so that it stayed that way. And then she put earphones on his head, and he was listening to Aida, his favorite opera. Milton Cross was 19 years old, and this happened to be his first attempt at doing the color for the New York Metropolitan Opera. And so then this thing had 38 crystals, so you had perfect clarity. You know, it's like in the boat that sunk the Titanic, only had 34 crystals, so it wasn't as good. Because this thing was a Stromberg house and also Atwater crystal set. And so he was listening without distortion to Aida. And so that was building up Egyptian vibes in his head. And so Eugenia says, now I am going to hypnotize you, and you will be able to hear me for a little while, but after a while you will not. And I want you to respond as long as you can. So she says, okay, now I'm in contact with Imhotep, and now you're getting drowsy and going down. And he said, so how do you feel? I said, well, I feel black. He said, what do you need? I said, I'm entering a blackness that I've never had before. You know, it's like there's not nothing. It's just, it's so dark that I can't see any light. And so she keeps going this way. And then after a while, right in the fingers, between the fingers, like little things start to stick out in the shadow. Now she's photographing all this stuff. And these things keep going on. And at first they look like parts of hieroglyphics. And then they change into English letters. And it says, help, I'm trapped. So get me out of here. And so they pull the plug on the whole project. And so I actually wanted to continue that. That's why I did this painting, to set up a situation. And I did do it at one meeting of the American Psychotronic Association. What time is it?
10:15.
Is anybody still here?
Yes. You want some water?
Just have some water. Okay, next slide. Okay. This is about like this. He was the only person that really deserved to be called a Neoplatonic philosopher. And he came from Egypt, but at the time, here we are, like about 244 AD. Like everybody in the whole Roman Empire were Romans, no matter where they came from. Like Trajan came from Spain, this kind of stuff. And I guess Hadrian did, because he was actually from Rome, and he had all the money and everything in the world at his command. And he didn't want to be a warrior. He wanted to be an architect, sculptor, lover, all this kind of stuff. And so that the Roman Empire had filled out to the largest extent that it would ever be under Hadrian, the 14th emperor of Rome. And now in 124, he built the Pantheon, or he did a patch job on what Agrippa, Augustus the First, it was the first emperor, just made a little tiny temple in that place on the Tiber River that lane. It was called the Mars campus. And so Agrippa said, hey, we got a lot of land here, and all it's doing is turning into a swamp. So let's drain it, change the Tiber a little bit so that it doesn't drain there, and then we'll build a lot of new buildings. So he does that, and so after that, it's kind of a triangular shape. And so he said, well, let's build a building in honor of ourselves. You know, we got Augustus in one part and Agrippa in the other. You know, so when you see the Pantheon today, you see over the front pediment, you know, it says stuff about Agrippa. You know, when he did it. And so people think that the whole Pantheon was designed by Agrippa. It's not. It's by Hadrian. And so what he did was a building, there was an outback to it that actually anticipated buttresses and made the largest dome in the ancient world. It's 146 feet in diameter and 146 feet high with a 27-foot oculus at the top. And on the plan, you have all the gods of Roman astrology lined up with first, when you come in the front door, you see right across to Apollo. And so when the sun would shine, during the day, it would go around and hit most of the statues of the gods. And of course, at night, you could lie on the floor and look up and see the damn gods going right over your head. And so, like when Plotinus came, he started doing that. He spent 11 years doing that, and he brings students in, you know, tell them about Eckankar, which is another name for astral projection or near-death experience, all lucid dreaming. They're all the same thing. And then he began to write his Aeneids, you know, which are 9. There's 54 in all. So they group 6 groupings of 9 thematically related essays, his teachings. And so his position was there was only one thing. And so that when people started talking about extra stuff, that he said, no, that's not right. So that there is a knower in that which is known in a mutually interdependent relationship, and that we only have the appearance of being separate entities. And so here he would take the logos, this thing in here, and around this represented consciousness as the surface. So when all the horns would be pulled in, that would represent death. But as it activated, it would send spears out into the layers of that which is to be known. And so as it went out, it got hotter and hotter. So even though it is potentially an unlimited thing, that it would have lots of limitations. And so along the way, when something would go out, and then it would retract, it was going at a lower velocity. The retraction was a lower velocity than what this did. So that as it came down, there would be other ones beside there. Not only did it know the thing it was after, it started to know itself. So in other words, for a while, you know, like people when they start to know things, they think, well, I see other people and they're all separate. But then after a while, you begin to realize that they're part of the whole thing, and so that it goes faster and faster, and so it like smooths out and it becomes one with space. I've been trying for years trying to figure out how to do this as a sculpture, where you have the thing in the center moving so fast that you have something where that if you put your hand in, probably chop your hand right off. But it would look visually like you were connecting something from a solid to space in perfect continuity. I may get that, yeah. Okay, next slide, please.
Galatians has 6 chapters. So, our agenda is to go through Galatians in 6 Tuesdays. Last week we opened up with Galatians chapter 1 and a chunk of chapter 2, just simply because they kind of went together. This week I want to finish up Galatians chapter 2. Now, just to bring everybody up to speed and to continuously familiarize ourselves with the Galatian letter, look at Galatians chapter 5, verse 11. You have to realize this. There were people who came to the churches in Galatia and they were teaching error. And they were telling the Galatians certain things about Paul that were not true. And you can tell by what Paul says the kind of things that were being said about him. And we know that there were troublers there in the church. You can look at chapter 6, verse 17. From now on, let no one cause me trouble. There were people there that had visited the church there that were causing him trouble. You can go back to chapter 1. In chapter 1, verse 7. Not that there is another gospel, but there are some who trouble you and want to distort the gospel of Christ. What you have to recognize is some people came into the church. The church is, plural, there's more than one church in the Galatian region. You had these men that came in there and they were causing trouble and they were distorting the gospel. Now, here's how they were attacking Paul. In Galatians chapter 5, verse 11, notice what's said. Paul says to these Galatians, "But if I, brothers, still preach circumcision, why am I still being persecuted?" In that case, the offense of the cross has been removed. You know what these troublers were saying? They were saying Paul preaches circumcision. What's that all about? That circumcision is simply that which identifies the males in Israel. It identified them with the Mosaic law. The 10 Commandments. The whole package, Moses, which they were given at Sinai. It connected them to that. It was a list of rules. It was a list of commandments. There were all manner of 613 commandments that went with this. And you see what he says back up in chapter 5, verse 2. He says, "Look, I, Paul, say to you that if you accept circumcision," and you have to recognize what's going on here. The people that came in to trouble the churches, they were teaching that these Gentile believers needed to be circumcised. And Paul said, and they were telling them that Paul himself teaches that you need to be circumcised. And he says in verse 11, no, that's not true. If I still preach circumcision, if I still do it, there was a day when he did it, when he was lost, and when he was a Pharisee. He says, if I still do it, why am I being persecuted? See, he's being persecuted for the offense of the cross. He's being persecuted for acceptance with God that comes solely by what Jesus did on the cross and not by any rule keeping on our part, not by any circumcision on our part. And he says in 5:2, look, I, Paul, say to you that if you accept circumcision, Christ will be of no advantage to you. It's either circumcision or it's Christ. You're either going to do something yourself or you're going to trust entirely on Christ. And he says this, I testify again to every man who accepts circumcision that he's obligated to keep the whole law. Here's the thing. If you accept any act, it could be circumcision or it could be anything else. If you want to try to be right with God by anything, you've got to be perfectly keeping every single law. You got to do it all. And that comes right down to, if you think coming through the doors of a church, because there's people that think that, hey, coming to church is good. There's a lot of things that are good. There's a lot of good things in the Mosaic Law itself, things that are profitable to know, profitable to do. I mean, not murdering your neighbor is a pretty good thing to do. There's a lot of things in the law that were good. It said in the law that if you had like a rooftop where people walked, you had to put a railing around it. Did you ever read that? Or if you dug a pit, you needed to somehow cordon it off so that somebody wouldn't fall into it. If you had an oxen that was a mean animal and would gore people, you were to keep the thing penned up so that it didn't attack your neighbor. And those are good things. But if you want to try to do any of those things to earn favor with God, anything, then you've got to do it all. You've got to be perfect. That's the only way to get to God by rule keeping, is perfection. That's what he's saying here. And these Judaizers came in and said, Paul's preaching circumcision. He says, no, I'm not. And listen, he had been there. He had been there in the past. And he preached the gospel to them. We know that he'd been there in the past. Go to chapter 4. I'm going to get to chapter 2. Just let me do a little bit of introduction. But in chapter 4, verse 13, we know that he had been there. He says, you know it was because of a bodily ailment that I preached the gospel to you at first. In other words, he preached the gospel directly to them at first. And though my condition was a trial to you, you did not scorn or despise me, but received me as an angel of God. They received Paul. Paul preached the gospel to them. Here's what happened. Paul came to them. Paul preached Christ. He preached Christ crucified. Then he went away. Then these other guys, the troublers, his adversaries, they came in and they said, Paul preaches circumcision. But I'll tell you this, when Paul was there, he didn't preach circumcision. Well, what do you make of that? Well, there were people. We know there were people. We're going to look at one today. People like Peter. You know what Peter did? When Peter was with the Gentiles, he said, you don't have to be circumcised. But when Jews came, then he said, oh yeah, okay, you got to be circumcised. Peter himself did that. And people were saying Paul was doing that. People were saying, you know what? When Paul goes to the Gentiles, he does one thing, and when he goes to the Jews, he does another thing. And you know what? There might be reason to believe that. Let me tell you this. We know from Acts 16 that when he first added Timothy to his team, Timothy's father was a Greek. His mother was a Jew. His father was a Greek. And you know what he did? He had him circumcised. But on another occasion, when he had Titus was a Greek. He didn't have him circumcised. He refused. And that could look like, Paul, you're kind of waffling there. You do one thing one time. They came in there and they said, yeah, Paul might not have preached circumcision in the beginning, but he's preaching it now. And he says, no, I'm not. If I was preaching it, why am I still being persecuted? Why am I still being attacked? Listen, this is a huge thing. To us, it's not a huge thing. Circumcision, what's that? I mean, if that's going on in our day and in our age, pretty much it's done for medical reasons. It is not done for religious reasons. But this matters. This really matters in our day, more than you might think at first. So, what we have is Paul, and he's defending himself against these, we might call them Judaizers, or they're called the circumcision And you know what they were likely stressing as well? They were likely stressing, not only is Paul preaching circumcision, Abraham was circumcised. One of the good reasons to suspect they were probably saying that as well is because you look in chapter 3 here. In chapter 3, verse 6 rather, he says, just as Abraham believed God and it was counted to him as righteousness. Why go to Abraham? Well, because undoubtedly these guys were arguing. Abraham was circumcised. We know more about that whole argument from the Roman letter. You know how it goes in Romans chapter 4? Paul asked this question. Was Abraham circumcised before or after he believed? After. And he says he was circumcised after, therefore he was counted righteous when he wasn't circumcised at all, so that he might be the father of those who aren't circumcised, as well as the father of those who are circumcised, but they believe as well. That was his whole argument there in Romans chapter 4. Why would he even argue that way? Why argue about Abraham in the Roman letter and in the Galatian letter? Because these Judaizers, these guys that were called the circumcision, they were undoubtedly coming along and saying, hey, Abraham is the father of our faith. Even Paul says so. And he was circumcised. And so Paul is putting together an argument here. And undoubtedly they're saying as well, they were pointing out that the apostles that were in Jerusalem were superior. And that's where they came from. They came from there, and Paul, they were trying to discredit Paul. That was the whole thing. They came in, they had a message that was contrary. You can be sure when they first came in that the Galatians said, that's not what Paul said. And you know what? What Paul said would have mattered. You know why? Because he was the one that came with the gospel at first. Hey, when somebody comes and preaches the gospel and you're converted, you're going to have an appreciation for him. He's going to be a spiritual father to you. The gospel he preached is going to matter to you. And when somebody comes along and they say, and they didn't totally just discredit the whole thing, they said, yeah, all that's good, and you need circumcision. They said, that's interesting. Paul didn't say that. And they said, oh yeah, that's what he's saying. That's what he's preaching. And by the, he might not have preached that to you because you guys are Gentiles, and he's kind of, he's a man pleaser. He kind of says one thing to the Jews, and he kind of says another thing to the Gentiles. We know that they were accusing him of being a man pleaser because we see it right there in chapter 1, verse 10. He says, am I now seeking the approval of man or of God? Am I trying to please man? Where is all that coming from? Well, obviously it's coming from these guys. If I was still trying to please man, I would not be a servant of Christ. They're saying he's just kind of waffling around in this message. And he's saying, no, I'm not. My message has not changed. I am not preaching circumcision. I don't do that. And I am not inferior to these guys in Jerusalem, because that's where these guys were coming from. These circumcision guys are coming out of the church in Jerusalem. They're coming, we'll see, they came to Antioch from James. That's where they're coming from. And they're undoubtedly coming and saying, we're here on the authority of the church at Jerusalem. Well, Paul said this, yeah, but we're under the authority of Jerusalem. And the true apostles are there. Paul, he's a lesser apostle. He came along later. And Paul says, I'm not a lesser apostle. I got my doctrine from Christ. I got my gospel from the Lord himself. I am not inferior to them. These circumcision, they sought to discredit his authority. So he stresses that those in Jerusalem, they had no preeminence over him. They had no authority over him. Not at all. None of the leadership at Jerusalem, he points out, hey, when I went there with Titus, those apostles did not make me circumcise him. They're not teaching that in Jerusalem. And you know what? Even when the guys at Jerusalem say something different than what the gospel says, I oppose it. And that's where we're at today. He's showing. Peter has nothing on him. Peter doesn't have any superiority. Peter is not, Peter, you know what? We look at Peter. Was he in the inner circle? Yep, he was there. Up on the Mount of Transfiguration, it was him and James and John. He was in the inner circle. I mean, you look at all the lists of the apostles, guess whose name is always first? Peter. Peter was, in many ways, the chief of the apostles. But Paul says, I want to show you something. Notice Galatians chapter 2, verse 11, and this is where we pick up today. He says, but when Cephas, that's Peter, when Cephas came to Antioch, I opposed him to his face because he stood condemned. Doesn't bode well that he was the first pope, does it? You don't quite see infallibility in Peter. I recognize the Catholics say the Pope is infallible only when he speaks, what do they call it, ex cathedra. But obviously, Peter is not looking infallible at this point. What happens here? Cephas came to Antioch. Now remember, Antioch was that church that was planted in North Syria, which became a major Gentile church. It is where Paul was sent out of and returned to, and came out of and returned back to, and came out of and turned back to. In those places in the book of Acts where it says that Paul was going to Syria, that's where Antioch was. You can be sure when he was headed to Syria, he was going to Antioch. Antioch was a primary church, early church, the first major Gentile church. It is the church from which Paul and Barnabas, the first missionary thrust, came out of. When you had a time when Peter and Paul were both there at Antioch at the same time. Watch what happened. He says, I opposed him to his face because he stood condemned. Really? What did he do? Now watch this. He says, for before certain men came from James, these men who came from James, James is the leader at Jerusalem. So these men that came from James, they came from the church in Jerusalem. These are professing believers who were formerly Jews. Well, they're still physically, they're Jews. They're Jewish professors. These certain men came from James. Before that, notice that, before they came from James to Antioch. Antioch is full of Gentiles. The church in Jerusalem is full of converted Jews. These men come from the church in Jerusalem to the church in Antioch. Before they came, Peter was eating with the Gentiles. What's the big deal with that? Well, see, this is part of being Jewish. This is part of being under the Mosaic law. When you were under the Mosaic law, you didn't eat with Gentiles. Look at Acts 10:28. Acts 10:28. Peter has gone in for the first time and eaten with Gentiles. Cornelius and his household, they're in Caesarea, and he's defending himself to the guys back in Jerusalem. And he says this in Acts 10:28. He said to them, "You yourselves know how unlawful it is for a Jew to associate with or to visit anyone of another nation. But God has shown me that I should not call any person common or unclean." Let me just say this. You know when Jesus tells his disciples in Matthew 18 that if a brother sins against you, you go with 2 or 3, and he doesn't hear you, you take it to the church and he doesn't hear you, you should treat them like a tax collector and a Gentile. It's the same truth that we have in 1 Corinthians 5, where it says that we shouldn't even eat with somebody who calls themselves a brother as long as they're walking in sin. Here it is. What is it for a Jew to treat somebody like a Gentile? It's to not eat with them. It's not to go in with them. It's not to associate with them. That's what Peter's saying. We know it's not lawful under the Mosaic law. It is not lawful for us to eat with Gentiles. You see, this is what this is all about. We were talking circumcision before, but the Mosaic law has a lot more to say than just circumcision. It also has a lot to say about festivals. It has a lot to say about sacrifices. It has a lot to say about how you relate to Jews, how you relate to Gentiles. Listen, when you get over to the end of Galatians chapter 3, look what's said. 3:28. There is neither Jew nor Greek. There is neither slave nor free. There is no male and female, for you are all one in Christ Jesus. Let me tell you, under Moses, that was not the case. There was a difference between a Jew and a Greek. You didn't, if you were a Jew, go eat with a Greek or any Gentile. You didn't eat with them. And you see what's happening? Here's Peter. He's been given that very revelation from God. There in Acts 10, God has this sheet come down from heaven 3 times and show him, Peter, don't call unclean what God has made clean. And you know what it taught him? It taught him God's no respecter of persons. God's going to start saving the Gentiles. But here's what happened. He's been taught this. He goes to Antioch and he lives up to the light of it. Here's all these Gentiles just like us. And Peter comes in. Imagine I'm Peter and I'm a Jew. I'm a Jewish apostle. And I've been taught by God, I can eat with you now. And so I come in and we eat together. But those 2 guys over there, they're from James. They're from the circumcision party. And I'm eating with you guys and I look, those guys. For fear of them, he was afraid. You know what? These guys were saying something to Peter to make him afraid. We're going to see as Paul is rebuking Peter, Paul is going to tell Peter something that's going to show us what these guys were saying to him that made him pull back. You know what happened when those guys came? He left all you guys and he went and he ate with them. And he wouldn't eat with you anymore. That's what happened. And guess what? Paul, who is himself a converted Jew, he's sitting back there in the corner. And he sees all this. And he stands up and he calls Peter out to his face. You know what he's showing us here? For one, he's showing us Peter, as much as he was one of the chiefest apostles, had nothing on me. He was saying, I am not under his jurisdiction. I was given my gospel by Christ himself, and even when I saw Peter himself deviate from it, I rebuked him to his face. That's what he's saying here. Let's look at it. He says, he was eating with the Gentiles, verse 12. But when they came, these guys from James, when they came, he drew back and separated himself, fearing. You need to see that word, fearing. He was afraid of these guys. We'll see why he was afraid of them. And the rest of the Jews acted hypocritically along with him. The rest of the Jews. So, guess who else is out here? You got Barnabas sitting over here and some other of the Jews. When Peter said, I'm not eating with you anymore, guess what? The other Jews got up and went with him. Even Barnabas. Barnabas was a good guy. And the rest of the believing Jews. Notice what it says. The rest of the Jews acted hypocritically. What's hypocrisy? What does hypocrite mean? What does it mean? Superficial. The idea of hypocrisy is the idea of acting. It's the idea of appearing to be something that you're not. It's the idea of an actor who is playing the part. How is there hypocrisy going on here? Well, what was happening is they were trying to hide the fact that they had been eating with the Gentiles. They were trying to hide it. And Paul calls them out. You know what? You know what Paul's showing us here? You got to see this for what it is. Paul is saying, Galatians, my gospel is exactly the same as it was when I first came here and preached to you. And you know what? Let me tell you this. Even when Peter deviated, I have not deviated. I have not gone back to circumcision. I have not gone back to the ways of the Mosaic law. I have not done that. And you can see that I am not subservient to those apostles at Jerusalem. I am not. And I'm standing for the truth no matter who it is that deviates from it. Whether me or an angel from heaven were to preach to you any other gospel, let him be accursed. Even if it's Peter, he needs to be dealt with. And what does he do? He defends the gospel. That's what this is all about. He defends it. He recognizes this is no minor thing. For Peter to pull back from you Gentiles and go eat with these guys, it was an attack on the gospel. And he is not going to be quiet about that. He is going to openly confront Peter. That's what he does here. In the presence of all, he defends the gospel that the Lord gave to him. And he withstood him to his face. And I'll have you see this. Look, when somebody, you have to recognize, for one thing, what Peter did, he did publicly. Paul would not have called Peter out publicly unless his sin had been done publicly. If he had done it privately, Paul would have dealt with him privately. Because that's the appropriate way to do it. Paul is a man given to do what's right. And here's Peter. And what he does is not just an offense to those Christians he was eating with. What he did is bigger than that. What he did was to confuse the gospel. You see what he was doing to those Gentiles? He was saying to the Gentiles, by going away from them and going over to eat with these guys, he was saying to the Gentiles, well, if you guys really want to be accepted, if you guys really want to be in, if you want to be accepted with God, then you have to get circumcised and you have to keep the Mosaic law. That's what you have to do. So he saw that what Peter was doing was a distortion to the gospel. This was bad. This was big. It was really bad on Peter's part. But I want you to see this. Paul, he dealt with this the way that you ought to deal with something when somebody needs to be publicly checked or called out or rebuked. He did it the right way. One, he did it to his face. He did it publicly and he did it to his face. He didn't start talking about Peter behind the scenes. He didn't start whispering over here, even though that happens a lot of times. Even though somebody has a valid issue, they deal with it all wrong. Even though somebody did something that they ought to be called out for, instead of going to them and dealing with them face to face and being a man or a woman, a Christian, doing it right, you start talking about them behind their backs and bringing these charges and bringing these accusations. He certainly did this right. It was done openly. He addressed the offender himself. He wasn't just whispering his suspicions back behind the scene. And you know what? Paul was addressing an apostle. Peter was an apostle. He didn't seek to undermine his authority, but he sought to correct him. And he sought to show everybody else, including Peter, that he was wrong. And he went at once. He pointed it out. Now, notice this. He says in verse 14, "When I saw that their conduct was not in step with the truth of the gospel." See, that's what this is all about. What they were doing was not in accord with the truth of the gospel. We have to be very careful. You know what? When Paul circumcised Timothy, it was in accord with the gospel. You know why he did it? Because the Jews knew that Timothy's father was a Greek. And when he brought him on the team and they were going to be visiting cities, what did Paul always do first? He went to the synagogues. And he did not want to bring, he wouldn't have been able to bring Timothy in with him and uncircumcised into the synagogues. So he had him circumcised. Titus, he refused it because the guys that wanted Titus circumcised, they were the ones teaching we needed to be under the Mosaic law. And so he refused to do it because he didn't want to distort the gospel in one case, but he had Timothy circumcised in another case so that it wouldn't be an obstacle to the gospel. Paul functioned with an eye to the gospel. Now listen, here in verse 14, before them all, this is what Paul says to Peter. And you'll notice halfway through verse 14, quotation marks start. Now, if you have the ESV Bible, those quotation marks stop at the end of verse 14. As though that's all he said to Peter. And then after that, we just get Paul's commentary to the Galatians from verses 15 to 21. I don't believe that's right. The New American Standard and the New King James, they have it right, I believe. They take the quotation marks all the way to the end of chapter 2, to verse 21 in chapter 2. I believe that is right, and I'm going to show you why I believe it is right. So here's what Paul says to Peter. He says, "If you, Peter, though a Jew, live like a Gentile," because that's what he was doing. Listen, here's what he's saying. Peter, you're a Jew. Yes, he's a Jew. He's a physical born Jew. But now he's eating with the Gentiles. He's acting like a Gentile. In other words, God has taught him that now that you're a Christian, there's distinction between Jew and Greek. No distinction. And so now he's living like the saved Gentiles. He's living just the same. He's not living like a Jew anymore under the Mosaic law. He's free from Moses. He's now living like the saved Christians from the Gentile world that are in Antioch. He's now living like them. And here's what he says. You're a Jew. You've been living like a Gentile and not like a Jew. How is it that now you're forcing the Gentiles to live like Jews? You see, now that these circumcision guys have come, he pulls back. Now he's living like a Jew again. And he goes over to these guys, and Barnabas follows, and so do the other Jews, and now they've separated. They've made a separation between Greek and Jew. And you know what they're communicating by that? They're communicating to the Gentiles that if you really want to be accepted by God, you've got to come over and live like the Jews. You see, that's what Paul's talking about here. Why are you forcing the Gentiles to be like you? Now watch, this is going somewhere. In verse 15, I believe we still need our quotation marks, because he's clearly still speaking to Peter. Listen to what he says. We ourselves are Jews. Well, that doesn't include me and you, and that doesn't include the Gentiles at Antioch or in the Galatian churches. He's still clearly speaking to Peter. And Paul is saying to Peter, Peter, you and I, it's true, we are Jews by birth. Well, that's not true of the Gentiles that he's writing to in the Galatian churches. This is true of he and Peter. And he says this, we're Jews by birth and not Gentile sinners. Now, look, sinner here is not used of anybody, just anybody in the world. This is not used. All have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. That's not how he's using it here. To the Jews, the Gentiles were big-time sinners. They were especially pagan. You may remember that how sinner is used sometimes in the Gospels. You remember how the Jewish leaders accused Jesus of eating with who? Tax collectors and who? Sinners. That doesn't mean he was just eating with anybody. That means he was eating with notorious sinners. That's how the word is used here. The Gentiles are notorious sinners. And see, this is what Paul is not saying. Peter, you and me, we were born not sinners. That's not what he's saying. He's saying we were born Jews, not like these Gentile sinners. Keep going. He says, yet, even though that's true, even though we, by birth, we're Jews, we're not Gentile sinners, we're not extraordinarily wicked like these pagan Gentiles who don't know the Lord, who don't have the law. That was the real issue. The Gentiles didn't have the law. And so they were considered to be extraordinary sinners. He says, but for all that, we know this. A person is not justified by works of the law. Now, to be justified is a real, we could define it very simply this way. It is, maybe the footnote says, counted righteous. Yeah. The footnote in the ESV is perfect. It's the word to count righteous. We know that God doesn't count people righteous by works of the law. Tell me the reason why nobody is counted righteous by the works of the law. Because what is the only one way to be counted righteous by the law? To keep it. Look at Galatians 3:10. Somebody read it to me. What does Galatians 3:10 say? Yeah, everybody who relies on works of the law is cursed. Why? Because it says you have to keep everything written in the... This is the problem with the world. We live in the midst of a world who has no idea about God's requirement. You go talk to people and they just say, well, I'm a pretty good person. Have you ever even once broken God's law? Well, yeah. What does that mean? Well, it means you're cursed. It means you are hellbound. Do you know what it means to be cursed? It's the opposite of being blessed. It means you're damned. You are under the condemnation of God. If you break His law once, you are undone. And so that's what He's saying. That's what He's saying to Peter. He's saying, Peter, look, even though we were born different than these Gentile sinners, look, Peter, we've come to understand there's no way to be counted righteous by God by keeping the law. We've come to recognize that. Keep reading. Verse 16, we know that a person is not justified by works of the law, but here's how somebody's counted righteous. Through faith in Jesus Christ. So we also, what does also mean? Well, we, just like the Gentile sinners, we've all had to believe in Christ, Jesus, in order to be justified by faith. This is the reason why there's no longer Jew and Greek. Why? Because there's only one way in to being accepted by God. And it's not through works of the law. It's by faith in Jesus Christ. In order to be justified by faith in Christ, not by works of the law, because by works of the law, no one will be justified. By works of the law, no one will ever be justified because nobody has ever kept the law. And you know you haven't kept the law. And so this is the good news. This is what is so gloriously good about the gospel, is there is a way now to become righteous in the sight of God without you actually having to do it yourself. That's what this is all about. Now watch this. Verse 17 is where things get a little bit difficult. People have a hard time understanding verse 17. Notice this verse. But if in our endeavor to be justified in Christ, we too were found to be sinners, is Christ then a servant of sin? Certainly not. What's going on there? If in our endeavor to be justified in Christ, that's good. That's good. Whether I'm Jew or whether I'm Gentile, to endeavor to be justified in Christ by faith, that's good. But he says, if while we're doing that, we too, what does that mean? Well, we as well as these Gentiles, if we too are found to be sinners. Remember how sinners being used here. It's being used of the Gentiles. So, here's what's happened. These guys that came from James, they were saying something to Peter. And Paul's picking up on it. You know what they were saying? They said, Peter, look at you. You're becoming like the Gentile sinners. You're going to not have them keep the law of Moses? Seriously, Peter, you're going to put away the law of Moses. You're going to put away the law. And you're going to be like them? Peter, you know what you're doing? You're making Christ the servant of sin. You say, how so? Peter, you're saying that Christ just allows for this lawless Christianity. You put away that law, you know what you're going to end up with? You're going to end up with a bunch of people who are just wicked like those Gentiles are, running all around, Gentile sinners, and all their idolatry, and all their sexual immorality, and all their wickedness. You're going to become like them. That's what you're going to do. And that's what he's saying. He's saying, those guys came along and they're saying, you Jews who set aside the law of Moses, you're becoming just like all those Gentile sinners. That's what you're becoming like. Your Christianity is just making Christ the author of sin. That's all you're doing. That Christianity stuff, if you get rid of the law of Moses, you're just making Christ the servant of sin. That's all this is all about. And Paul says, no way. That is not right. Because you see, this is the charge, is it not? Look, if we say this, if we say, you are saved by faith without works, you know what a lot of people are going to come along and say? Oh, well then I don't have to do any good works and I can get to heaven. You're telling me it's just by faith? You know what that's going to lead to? That's going to lead to us living in all sorts of sin. That's what they were saying to Peter. They were saying, Peter, you're going to become just like them. And what Paul does, he comes along and he puts his arm around Peter and he says, Peter, if in our attempt, as we're striving to be justified in Christ, if we become sinners just like them, if we identify with them, our Gentile brothers and sisters, and people like that want to accuse us of being sinners like they were, does that make Christ this purveyor of sin? God forbid. It does not. What's the reason? What is the reason that it doesn't? Well, look what he says next. He says, for if I rebuild what I tore down, I prove myself to be a transgressor. Now, listen to what he's saying. Paul is tearing apart the Mosaic law. And he's saying, Christians don't have to keep that. That was just a schoolmaster to lead us to Christ. We were under the tutelage. We were like a child under a teacher. But we're out from there now. We're free. He says this, Peter, look, if we identify with these Gentile Christians, it doesn't make Christ the servant of sin. It doesn't make Christianity a sinful thing. He says, want to know what's really sinful? What's really sinful is if we try to build again what we've been tearing down. In other words, if we go back to building Moses again, we are the real transgressors. We're not really sinners for identifying with the Gentile Christians. We're really sinners if we go to rebuilding what we're tearing down. Peter, don't go back to Moses. If we rebuild that, then we're going to be really in a bad place. Then what does he say next? Look at verse 19. He says, for through the law. See, that's what he's talking about. That's what he's talking about, tearing down. And he says this. He says, through the law, I died to the law. So that what? You see, these guys are accusing, oh, if you die to the law, you just become wicked and godless and lawless. Paul says, you know what? by the law, I died to the law. So that what? He could become lawless? No. So that he could live to God. That's the path to true holiness. And here's the thing. How does the law come and you die to it? Well, because the law comes and says, life. Oh, that's great. I want life. If you keep me, I just died. You see, that's how it kills us. It kills us by its standard. It kills us because the standard is perfection. It kills us because we're sinners and we've broken it. Sin is transgression of the law, and we've smashed. You remember how Moses smashed those tablets? Folks, that's a picture of what you and I do to the law of God. That's how it kills us. That's how we die to it. It comes along and it says, do me or die. Through the law, we die to the law. Do you hear? This is what we all need to recognize. Do you hear what the law says? It tells you that if you break it once, at any point you've broken the whole thing. That's how we die to. That's why we die to it. But listen, when we die to the law, it doesn't mean we become lawless, like those guys were saying. What does it mean? Well, it means we live to God. And if you go to verse 20, he actually says the same thing over again, only he uses different terminology. Notice what he says. I have been crucified. Well, what is it to be crucified? It's to die. He says, through the law, I died to the law so that I might live to God. Here he says, I've been crucified with Christ. In other words, when I die, I died with Christ. And now I live. Before he said I live to God, he says, it is no longer I who live. Christ lives in me. Was he crucified? Yes. Did he die to the law? Yes. He's crucified with Christ. He died with Christ to that law, that he might now live with Christ living in him. That means Christ empowering him so that he might live to God. You see, here's what we have to recognize. Here's man at first. The law comes, and the law says, do me. But guess what? Natural man doesn't have a heart that wants to keep it. It's a law that's coming at him from the outside, saying, don't murder. But we have hatred in our heart. Don't lust, but we have lust in our heart. Don't covet, and don't steal, and don't... You can keep going with it. But the problem is our heart doesn't want to do it. And by faith, what Paul is saying is, by faith we really live to God. By faith, Christ lives in me. Christ empowers me. Christ is the reason. By faith. How does Christ dwell within us? It's by faith. I've been crucified with Christ. It's no longer I who live, but Christ who lives in me. And the life I now live in the flesh, I live by faith. You see it there. It's no longer by strife. Look, our acceptance with God is based on what Christ did, and we look to him in faith. And when we look to him in faith, Christ comes and dwells within us and transforms us, that we actually live to God. That's the secret. You see, the secret of the Christian life is not being like these guys who come along and say, oh, you've got to be under the Mosaic law. Paul said, no, none of that. Away with circumcision, away with festivals and feast days, away with being separated from the Gentiles when you eat. None of that, none of that. There's no Jew and there's no Greek. There's no male, there's no female. Don't make those distinctions. We are all one in Christ. And he says this. He says, all those who are in Christ have put on Christ. That means we wear Him. That means, think about what it is to wear clothing. He says we wear Christ. When somebody looks at you, they see your clothing. To be in Christ, we all wear Christ. Why? Because Christ is living in us. It's He that lives through us. And we live to God that way. In verse 21, he says, I do not nullify the grace of God. He said that's His whole thing. He is going to exalt grace. Grace is opposite of works. Grace is that which God gives us freely. And he says this, if righteousness were through the law, Christ died for no purpose. And you get people all the time, well, I'm a good person. If you are, Christ needlessly died. What do you think Christ went to the cross for? To save good people? That's not what He said. He said, I came to save sinners. And so there you have the flow of Galatians chapter 2, this later part. Next time, Lord willing, we'll dive into chapter 3. Amen. Good night.